myself. When I feel sad, I escape from my sense. Lately, music's been my reminiscence. That's when I listen. I know it's bad that I can't help myself. When I get mad, I set fire to the hell. The only way to keep it at a distance. That's when I listen. Music is the reason why I stay. Stay. A cheering melody will fix a melancholic heart. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason. The music is the reason why I stay. I feel alive, I feel alive. The music is the reason. I see the signs when I stay in my shell. As soon as I'm sad, I tend to build a fence. That's when I need tunes to keep on living. Like someone's listening.
Okay, good morning. So this will be likely either the last or the second to last stream I'll be doing on this project. Let's do a quick recap on what we've accomplished so far. We have made effectively a MMO, and then we incorporated some persistent data. We created a little inventory system for apples, which only stores apples. And we created a data flow from our server back to this that will store the apples independently, right? So each person has their own apples or own inventory. I did not take into account how long it would take just to get a rudimentary UI set up for inventory, but it took the time it needed to take. What do we have here for inventory? So this is the inventory that we're using. Really, we're only using one slot, so fine. Okay. So the thing that we also made was the market, which when we click this, it will just bring up our current inventory over here. And then it will, it'll bring up our inventory over here. And then it will allow us to drag and drop stuff onto the market. So now how are we going to test this is I'm going to do a build of this after we finish setting this up. And then I'm just going to load into a separate character on the build while running the Unity play mode. And then I'll put a couple apples on the market from the build, and they should just pop up here. That's the idea. All right. And then I'm going to purchase them here, which should then populate my mail. So we're gonna see a slot pop up here. Say new mail. When I click it, it's just gonna have some message over here, the amount of stuff that I bought, and I can just click claim, which will then add it to my inventory down here. And I should see this go up once I click claim. Right? That's it. Okay. Let's get to work. Oh, we forgot to verify whether we're even streaming. One sec. Looks like we are. Okay. Alright. We shouldn't have to do any server code because we did that already. I can't recall. It's been a few days since I've touched this, but it shouldn't be too crazy to get back into it. All right, let's do this. Ensure the rules are set. Close this. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Oh. All right. So we have a painter here. There's another time that we want this painter to go off, right? It's when a change has happened. In other words, what are we doing? We're doing paint inventory. Okay.
Every time I try to fit in, it ends up in misery. Yeah. Socializing doesn't fit me, but I can get away so easy.
Okay.
I was born a misfit, don't go with the cool kids. It's all overrated. No, I never missed it. I was born a misfit.
Let's remind ourselves how this works. So it looks like we tap the server here for the inventory, right? Right. What is this? This gets populated on initialize. It gets updated on insert and delete. Got it. Okay, I understand. So this is like specifically some server related stuff, right? This is the client side code, yes, but this is certainly server related. So what is the benefit of doing this? We minimize the amount of interactions that we have with the server. Still, the server is the authority. So let's say somebody wants to go in and change this UINTs, and they want to add to their inventory items, right? Like they just happen to know a number that might be an ID for a different item somewhere. Now, keep in mind, these item IDs are not random. Or these inventory IDs are not random. But it's kind of pointless to mess with the numbers, because at the end, the server is just going to say, hey, I can't find this ID, even if the ID does exist somewhere else for like a specific item. Because if you didn't already have that item on the server side, the server is not going to create that item for you. It can't. It doesn't know what these are, it just knows the numbers. So if the number doesn't make sense for what it has, the term for it is actually that the server is the source of the truth. And so if you start sending bad information to the server will, depending on how we set it up, which is going to probably come later today, I think, it'll let us know that, hey, somebody just threw some weird numbers into the inventory reducer to try to get something, and we don't know what they're trying to do. We just know that it's suspect, and that will just be added to the log on the server. And whenever we come around, like we might have myself or somebody come around, and then they would just take a look and see, oh, like this is a list of things that are just suspect. What's suspect about it? Random ID numbers on inventory. Okay, that's annoying. Let's associate that, because we're going to be tracking obviously other things. So let's just associate that with the account and do like a 30-day ban on the account or something. Right, and then if it's truly serious, then do like a permaban on the account, the email account that they're using, or not email, it would be whatever their hardware is using. So if it's like a iOS or Android or something like that. All right, so whatever account is linked to that hardware. So that's all to say, this right here is actually more for just optimization. So now when we ping through this, we don't have to go back to the server to get that information. Not that it's a big deal, but it is what it is. Anyway, when we get this, it looks like what we're doing is iterating through, and then we get these IDs. So this is a little bit different. Is what we're doing here is we're doing a find on the virtual server, not on the actual server. So this is just I was about to say fire. This is SpaceTimeDB's way of optimizing using a ID find. Right, again, same process here. We can't really change this. It's just to be read from. If you try to change it, it won't save any of the data that you change on it. Okay. Okay, that looks like we're good. This looks good. So basically, we are just stacking that into a list, and then we get back. Okay, I remember now. This is the market slot. Not where we want it. So we get the inventory, which is just a list of oh, these are actually the inventory items. Okay, the inventory itself. Okay. And so we're just painting out the slots. Got it. And then we are cleaning up the slots here, it looks like. Put that here. You don't have to remember. Okay, good enough. So, actually, I think we're going to have to do some server code, because I think I just remembered why I had to stop. We need to refactor the server a bit. The way things are handled, I think. So, let's go over to the server side really quick. Now that I'm like doing it again, I'm seeing why I had to take a sidestep and go do other things. Because we need to do a refactor. So I needed to really like consider what I wanted it to actually look like. One sec. Yeah, this is the right script. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's first start off by fixing this so you guys can see what I was doing. I think my IDE is the one, yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we're going to go. I had to do a little bit of reading on how this is going to be set up, or how the intended way of setting this up is. So we're going to first create a new table, and this is like how, if you want to add enemies and then give your enemies definitions, this is how it wants to be set up, right? And this is, again, let me make sure I'm streaming this properly, because I am focusing more on this than on... Might not be a good thing. Looks right. Yep, it's right. Okay. So first we're going to create a table. And then it's going to be just our item params, right? So table. All right. And then we're going to make this public. Can we do that? Oh, I guess we have to do... Okay. Have to do that. Okay. And then we're going to just do a public partial. Construct. Right. So this is a little bit weird because normally what we would do is we would track like IDs for stuff. But this time what we're actually doing is we're going to be tracking the type. So reset the primary key for this. Be the item type. I thought we had item type. Alright. What did I have it as? We probably have to make that. I thought we had made an item type. Let's... Okay, let's continue with this for now. We're gonna go back and fix this, I think, later. Public. String. Item type. Yeah, okay, I see it here. See, we did it already. So, yeah. So, I don't like that. I'm not sure if I like that, because actually, technically, this is the item type. Could we just do like this? Public item? Yeah. I think that's a good thing. Public, let's go uint, and we're gonna give it its max stat, right? And we're also going to give it a base value. Well, let's actually call this public uint market value. So in my mind, I'm going to use this as a way of tracking the market's value. Like if other people are trading this thing and you're not sure like how much should you really charge if you want to sell, then you can look at this value and then it will say like this is how much on average this item is being sold for. Right? That's my idea. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with this. I'm pretty sure this is something I haven't done. It should work, right? So public enum, yes. And I guess we can call it let's call them item categories. Right? And we can have like none, food, and let's just leave it at that for now. Right? Right? And then we can do public enum, and this would just be one for each item. So apple is the one that we're working with now. And let's add in, I guess, orange and a potato. Right? So something like this. That's a lot of typing. I'm just thinking about like the actual game, because is this how I normally would do it? I think it's unavoidable. I don't think we can get around it. Or if there is a way to get around it, it's above my pay grade. Right? Like using enums this way, I think is better. I like it more than doing it with a string. But for some reason, I've just never really rocked with enums. I'm always quick to make a scriptable object in place of an enum because it holds more information. Right? So let's do that. So give it a category, a max stat, and a base value, or the market value. As far as sorry, as far as the item goes, now it just needs to only store the metadata. All right. So if we need to know like what this item, oh yeah, we can get rid of this. Okay. I don't think it's necessary for this or many games, probably. We could probably get away with putting the metadata in here. But this kind of gives us wiggle room for if we make a change to this specific item for some reason. Right? Like I said, I had to really think into like the way I wanted to structure this out. I just never got the chance to test this, so it's fine. I've heard, so the thing is, I've heard people complain about it. That's my thing. Like how the enums, taking enums over into like how it handles it. I never got too deep into what they were complaining about. I just saw they were complaining. I guess we're about to find out what people were complaining about. Okay, so this is largely going to stay the same now. We added, so you didn't see when I did this, but I added quantity to this the last time we were streaming. Or maybe you did see it. I don't know if I was streaming, but right, and we added it to the inventory, the market listing, and the mailbox, because each of them can have different quantities item. Okay. So let's go down to our try generate now. Pretty sure we made one. Yeah, okay, here we go. Right, we don't really need to change too much here, I think. Right? I don't think we need to change much here. We can just get rid of this. And you can just set the type to... Just, to me, already feeling a lot better than using a string. Okay, so like in our situation, I need to think, how does this, because this is how we are in the other game. This is how we're going to, I mean, maybe I can just lift the code. We'll cross that bridge, I guess, because I think it's not so much, so like in this case, let's say we had different types of food. We could probably store in the food the types of items that food will drop and give it an amount, maybe. So we can probably create like a new struct that will pass that information here for some reason, I guess. Oh, whatever. Right, like we pass in over here what food was eaten. So like it would go here, you and food eaten. Right. And then we could then get that food type that was eaten and then find out what that type of food. In this case, it's kind of weird, the naming, but those little orbs that you see the character run around and touch, those are called food. Uh, but they're in turn dropping apples and stuff. Anyway, we can similarly, like how we just created that type over here. Where is it? Right, this params. We can come up with like a food params, and then just have in here the types of food that it will drop. And so now when we go to eat these foods, we just need to know the food's type, and then we can basically just use that to get to that. That's what I'm thinking. Right. That sounds like a good plan. Oh man, ECS is crazy. Let's get rid of this. Actually, we're calling it internally. So we call it here. Right? And so we could actually just tell it the type from right here. That's not a problem at all. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, I think that. Alright. But now we just created the params, so let's go get that params. I think it's, yeah, we just use the context, DB. And this would be under item. What did we name it again? I think it's item. I think we have to rebuild. Me save. Maybe just saving will be good. Item. Yeah, I think I have to like rebuild. Or actually, I think I just need to one sec. Let's do it this way. It might be that we need to do it this way. It doesn't make sense that I have to keep closing and opening project in order to get the script up. Okay. There it is, item params. Okay. Yeah, you just have to, that's so weird. You have to make sure you have no exceptions anywhere before it will pick up. I mean, it makes sense why it's doing that, but it is what it is. Item params, and we want to find, what did we do? Did I forget to do it? No, we have it here. That's the primary key, item type. Bother. Might just be better to do that. Alright, let's get rid of this again. And let's save. And now that we've fixed that, let's see if... There it is. Okay, awesome. Whew, that was annoying. Alright, and so now we can do find on that.
Picking up the pieces of a broken heart, guess I was chosen. Stitch it back together, better late than never, steady motion. Can't control my fate, but I control all these emotions. I'm not broken, I'm not broken. Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game.
I'm confused. Alright, let's do it this way.
Gravity can take his arms around my legs and try to pull me. I'll still levitate. The greatest gift I got is being is holy. One thing I learned, pain hurts but don't control me. I'm not broken, I'm not broken.
Okay.
Already cried my tears enough for an ocean. I've been in the cold rain on my parade. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game. I'm still on my feet, stand tall like a mountain. I am undefeated, made for the game.
What is it crying about? Argument 1 cannot convert module item type to internal module item type. Is this what people were complaining about?
Hey, Thirst, come drop that.
I think this is the problem that everybody was talking about. I knew we were going to bump into it at some point, right? Because if everyone was having the problem, I mean, why wouldn't I end up bumping into it? Interesting. Sometimes some things are just too good to be true. Might be too much to ask for an enum to function. Or be functional. A lot of times, what I find with a lot of, like, new tech, well, I shouldn't say new tech, I mean young tech, is they push a lot of stuff onto strings very comfortably, sometimes too comfortably. And this looks like it could be one of those cases. So, give me a sec. I'm gonna check their Discord and see. Actually, let me check their docs first. Maybe their documentation has something on this. I doubt it though, but we'll check. One sec. Sorry. What are we looking for here? We're looking for it in the item params. So this is it. Are there anything that I try something else? Alright, we have to think about it differently, I guess, then. I don't like the solution to this. It seems super hacky, and I'm not going to do it. If this doesn't work, then I'll just use strings, but it's kind of terrible. Interesting. What's the handle around this that is not as janky? We should actually do... Now I'm starting to... Other things are happening in my brain. Sorry. But this is actually pretty cool. Like, I'm seeing stuff being possible now. I'm still lost entirely about this part, but like other things just started crossing my mind, like, for implementation. But still, we need to figure this out before I get hyped on other stuff. Let's see. Primary key, item type. I see.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use.
I'm so confused on this.
From shining through, it's true. Baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you, for you, for you, for you.
All right, if we can't get that to work, or we don't see some way of handling the source of the problem, then let's take a look at where we're running into the problem. One sec. Well, there is another solution up there that I haven't tried. I'm going to try it in a second, but before I do that, I want to mess with this. Get. Where is it? Try. I don't know if this has these balls all. Alright. I think we're going to have to do it the janky way. I can't. Let's do it the janky way. We still want to make it human readable, so we're going to do it this way. We're going to convert this back into a string. And it's going to be item type. Right. And then when we go here, where is this thing? We can just do find item type string. That's not going to work right now because we need to save. And now let's go back. Okay. Hey, Ricardo, how are you doing, man? I'm doing a little bit of refactoring on the server side. FYI. Just bumping into the quirks of FaceTime DB. But how have you been doing? I don't like it. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. We can do it this way. I'd rather it be an int. I'd rather cast it as an int. Let's go back. What the heck is this song? Funny. And let's turn this into... There we go. Okay. Save. Now we go back down. That's the janky way. I didn't want to have to deal with it, but I think this is the way that we have to deal with it until they fix their find and how they handle enums. Yeah, there we go. Right, I think that's basically where we are with them right now. So let's go and do a review of the other ones because we shouldn't have to change the other ones too much, I think. Where is it? Yeah. So when we look at item, we can get its type this way, which is the enum. And then when we go back and look at the params, or we do a search on the params, because we don't do searches for this, but we do finds for this. So anything that's on a table, we have to make, and it uses an enum. But this also needs to be an int. Well, actually, we can keep this because this isn't. Actually, let's make this an int. And can do right, and we can do it like that. So now I think my brain is a little bit messy on this, but I think that when we, you know what, let's not make it complicated here. When I do some more reading on this, so what I was thinking is I could possibly query a whole group of everything that's inside of this category by doing that, but I think we have to make a proper reducer to get to that. I don't think we can just put that on and then space-time. It's never that easy. It's never that easy. It's the guys do have a trailer. One sec. I should, you know, everybody freaking slaps me over the head with properly informing about that type of stuff on the details part of the videos, but it just never crosses my mind. Give me one sec. Let me go to. I have to go to their Discord to find a link to the trailer. I'm pretty sure, or I could just Google it. I actually turned off Discord. That's funny. I didn't realize I did. Okay, YouTube. The tube on the internet. Catacomb. That's pretty cool. There's some Let's Plays on it already. I think this is more like an advertisement than a trailer, but I'll drop it. I'll drop the. I'll hook it in. It's pretty funny. One sec. Where am I supposed to go here now? Okay, I'm dropping the link in the chat. Go. Soon as YouTube stops being frozen. There we go. Sorry, it's just my browser is just like ridiculously slow right now. Okay, there we go. All right. All right, let's get back to work. So now that we've corrected this and we have a better game plan, it sucks that we can't use enums, even though it does provide us with access to enums. We can't use them directly. We can use them indirectly. As long as it's not a table, we can use the enums. Like for types, I think we can use enums. We just have to cast them to an int. That's it. But outside of that, let's get back to the try generate. So generation works a little bit differently now, right? Because now what we have to do is I think actually we have to do something a little bit different with this, right? So immediately in the initial one, what we did was that we were creating the item. But I think we don't need to create the item first. What we need to do is check to see if we already have the item. If we don't, then we create it. So let's mark this off real quick. And so we can try getting the player. So let's do X. Player ID, find. Oh, actually, we don't need the player. Inventory. I think we can go with player ID. Find. Hey, Gaiki. Gayaki. How are you doing, sir? Or ma'am, whichever. I can't. The name is neutral. Brother, this guy stinks. There we go. Okay, there we go. Find. Filter. There we go. Player ID. Okay, and then we do... So this is getting us the inventory. Right? And if we have this inventory, where are we storing? We're actually storing it in the... Oh, no. I think we're... This is so weird. To approach it this way is a little bit weird. So we don't need to do this yet. Let's walk ourselves through this. How are you doing, though? Seems like you're doing all right. So... I think we need to think of this a little bit differently. We don't need to do this. If we already have the item, what we want to do is to check first if the item can be stacked, if it's at its max stack. Wait, no, what are we doing? Oh, man, I am silly. Okay, so this is generating the item itself. My bad. But it's also doing something here with the inventory. This is the part now that we need to worry about. I think. Sure, I do that all the time. Do you mean like in a 2D game or a 3D game? There's a simple way you do it. I think there is it depends on how you're controlling it. The easiest way to handle it is with transform. You could just do transform.lookat and then just pass in input.mouse position. But you might have to, if I remember, if it's 2D, it should be fine. 3D, you're going to have to do something to do with like the camera. You have to do camera screen space to world on the mouse on the input.mouse position, and that'll give you the world position of the mouse. But yeah, that's basically it. No problem. That's an easy one. Yep. So basically, the transform would obviously be the object that you want to have look at the mouse. So just make sure that you're using the right transform, and it should work out. If you're using a rigid body, though, you have to do a little bit. You have to be a little bit. I mean, you can still do it with the transform if you're using kinematic, but if you're not, then you might have to get a little fancy. And that one would require me to actually just show you the code. Because explaining it, there's levels to it. Let's see. Right? Let's see. Okay. I am... not sold on this. So we know that we're going to have the inventory, but we don't create the inventory yet, I think. I think this is what I was about to do. So first we need to find an inventory. So var, let's actually put this over here. And let's that, so var inventory. So let's do ctx db dot inventory dot I wonder. All right, let's do it this way. For each. Oh, I see the problem. Where's this being called? Over here. I see the problem. We need to be able to do this. Inventory. Okay, I get it. Let's go back up here. Okay, yeah. So this is where I am with this. I think we can do this. Yeah, that looks like it should work. So now we have two ways of getting to this. Just to see if this is actually going to work, or not work, I'm going to actually put the item type here. There's no reason this should work, because if it didn't work with find, it's not going to work here, but let's see. So now we don't need to throw this nonsense in here of our inventory. Oh, we need to save. Okay. What did we name it? Item. Interesting. Interesting. Can we only have one bee tree? Is that what it is? So you use read value if you're using, I guess, the new input system. But what I'm looking at is target.position is equal to. So what that is doing is you're setting the position of something to be exactly where the mouse is on the screen. So if you're just trying to have something look at where the mouse is, you'd use transform.lookAt. Let me, if I have Unity open, I can test it. I haven't. This is Unity. Okay. 1 second. Transform. Pretty sure there's like a look at. Yeah, there's transform.lookAt mouse input. Input dot mouse position. There we go. So it would look something like this. I'm going to actually put it into the side of the IDE that I'm sharing. So the code would look like this. All right, transform would be the object that you want to have look at something, and then you just call look at on it, and you do input.mouse position. That's it, and you're done. In a 2D game, in a 3D game, then you'd have to do the camera, the screen to the whole camera main screen to world point. But 2D should work fine, regardless, because the mouse is rendered on screen space. So you want to look at where the mouse is on your screen. You'd really only use world point if for some reason your mouse is going to be off, doing stuff off your screen, I guess. But as long as your mouse is on the screen, it's being roughly rendered in the same space as your world space anyway. I mean, you can do whatever you want. They're both going to work. Right? Besides screen space, there's also the viewport, and you don't have to worry about that mess. So Unity does the work for you just by doing mouse, the input dot mouse position. I guess we can't use 2 of them. I thought we could. This is always annoying. Why would they make it so you can't use 2 of them? You should use as many as you like. The ID is there. Oh, there it is. Now it shows up. I think it's just like it just takes time, I guess. I don't know. Item. This is what we wanted to test. Nope, it will not work. So we got to do this. Alright, that's fine. That's the entire point of this, right? We test things out. Okay, there we go. We learn, so we don't learn when we're actually making the legit project. Okay. So since we're going to be using this, we might as well store it. Like this. Alright, there we go. So now we can check to see if we have an inventory that is there for that, and if we don't, then we do new inventory. Player ID. There was something else here too, right? What else is in inventory? Thing doesn't actually go up there. I have to actually scroll all the way up each time. It's just very annoying. Okay, so we need to pass in the player ID. It'll take care of generating its own ID. And we need to pass in the quantity and the... Got it. And quantity. I think we should just go like that. What are you crying about? Cannot implicitly type int to uint. So there's an uint match. This is int, uint. Player ID is uint. What are you crying about? What are you crying about? It should be inventory, right? It is. I wonder if we can overload. Hold on a second. There must be some overloads for that. Find... Can we do that? Can we overload this? Let's check. There should only be one find type. Yeah, there's only one find. There's no overloads for it. Alright. That's fine. Find. Oh no, there are overloads. Fine. But they're all doing the same thing. It's just Yulongs and for identity. Gotcha. Okay, looks like the way that I did it was the right way. So... Why are you crying about this? You cannot implicitly... Where's the U end? Okay, sure. Okay. That's good. That looks solid. This looks like a solid shot at it. Alright, I think that's it. So let's do it this way. Okay, I think that's good. What's going on now? This is... Wait, what? This is one of the line, and it gives me a null reference exception. I don't know, dude. You could be getting a null from just about any place in that. I would assume, though, it's from the target. Probably you forgot to set it on the inspector. Happens to everybody. Do I have to add a rigid body 2D to my projectile? Depends on what you want it to do. You don't have to do anything. Like, you could use a... I mean, so if you're talking about like a bullet, generally speaking, so I would strongly suggest that you check out Unity Learn for, because they kind of walk you through a lot of that ground level stuff, right? So like, for example, your question about the projectile, in like 99.999% of cases, it's more about the duration of the projectile than anything else. Like, you have to understand that projectiles will do whatever you want them to do. And so you need to ask yourself, what do I want this projectile to do? If you want the projectile to behave in a way, in a, let's say like in a 3D situation, where there is a drop, you don't need to use rigid body for that. In fact, rigid body might actually make that a little bit weirder to handle, but you could. And you would only need to really adjust things like the mass and its drag to get that kind of effect with minimizing the amount of code that you'd put in. And then you'd also gain the benefit, and this is really the only reason to use rigid bodies, is when you're going to be colliding with another rigid body or a collider of some sort, to get that reaction, the built-in physics reaction. You could simulate the exact same reaction by using transforms, and you'd be fine, right? But if it's a projectile that doesn't need to care about collision, it just needs to care about whether collision, in the sense that it's not going to behave differently once it collides with like a wall or something else, right? Then just using the transform is fine. There's even something I think called transform.reflect, which will let you basically apply some level of reflection to how the transform impacts and impacts something. I've used it before in like the cases that I use that in is like when I have like a ball on in a scene and I want it to bounce off of the corners of the camera, like the sides, right? And act like as if it's bouncing off of something, when really it's just me calling reflect, and once the ball goes outside of the screen, it will math together a wall and then just bounce itself, like based on its angle coming in. But reflect handles like just about all of that. You just need to tell it the forward direction, and reflect will handle putting out where it should go and stuff like that. So this is, you're getting into that area of there's many ways to skin a cat. I can't tell you which way is the right way or the wrong way. It really comes down to how whatever you're designing, how you want it to look. Right? And that's the beauty of this, and that's also the scary part of this. Right? That's the part where you see me just suddenly stop and get quiet and just look at my code, and because I'm asking myself, what do I want this to look like? So everybody goes through that. You just have to be patient with yourself in doing it. That's all. Hope that was helpful. But yeah, Unity Learn will definitely give you a good foundation to know, okay, you have a lot of options, but let's narrow those down. You know what I mean? So in this case, one of those things that narrows it down, like I was saying, is duration. Projectiles tend to last for a period of time, and over that duration, you're talking about how it's supposed to behave. And if you're talking about how it's supposed to behave, you're probably also incorporating different things. Physics is one of them, like how it's going to react to other objects. Then you have like gameplay logic. Is it going to damage something? You have the visual aspect, which can tie into things like animation, things like particle effects, things like material being applied to a surface to make it look like it cracked, all kinds of stuff. So that's what I mean. That's a very wide area, and you kind of could use, it sounds to me like you could kind of use at least having the groundwork laid out in front of you. So Unity Learn is a good place for that. Right? It puts the tools in your belt so you can do your thing. Okay. No problem, man. Actually, no, we have to do this the other way around. Actually, no, we can just do it this way. No, we have to do it this way. There's just no else in this. It's just straight up two if statements. Right? So why do we need to do this? Because in this case, you need to have a fix that.
Saw you in a field of ice and snow, holding out your hand for me to go. Wasn't scared to see you, always knew it in my bones that something here was bound to take me home. You said you don't know me well, but I'm your angel.
What the heck is this? Oh, I see. It's nullable value. One sec. We named this incorrectly. We need to just change the name over here. Max quantity. There we go. Okay, awesome. So we need to Why is this a null value? Like, why is that nullable? Where is this? Did we set it nullable over here? We shouldn't have. Unless find is making it nullable. Is that what's happening? No. Where are we setting it nullable? Okay, you know what? We'll just make it fail if the parameter doesn't exist item. right? So if we don't have a parameter for this item, like when we go to find, if we find nothing, we just return out. And we push this to the server to tell us, hey, you forgot to set this item type's parameters. That's all. Right? Otherwise, then we just go through. Now this is going to stop giving me a problem, which is awesome. And now we just need to figure out how much... we just need to figure out how much we need to change this value by. You know, it might be faster to look for it this way. What are you complaining about? Oh, whoops. There we go. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. Instead of searching through all of the inventories, you go into the inventory. Okay. All right. All right, let's do it this way. If oh, cool. It's a little bit different than that. I guess we can just use this. Right? And then we can just tell it to update. So where's that update call? Oh, did I get rid of it? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, we probably want to log it to the server. So after to get used to that, we have to log that in. We probably just this. Just change it. Alright, so this will show up on the console if some admin goes in and looks. That's the idea. And internally, I think it already timestamps it, so we don't need to timestamp it again. Pretty sure it already timestamps it. Right? For now, let's just make it so the inventory is full. So let's do log. Interesting. How come I can't do that? There we go. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I just had an extra parenthesis. Okay, so we need to take into account a few cases here. What happens if this number is really large? And let's say that we have multiple stacks. This is, the way I'm designing it will only work for if we have like more than one stack. So this is assuming that we don't throw some massive number in here. Right? But we should assume that anything can be thrown in here. Except negatives, obviously. Right? So let's approach this a little bit differently. Most of this code can stay, we just have to adjust it a bit. So instead of getting first or default from this, we can do where. Right, and then we can just do the list. right? Instead of inventory, because this is not that, this is just the stacks of the inventory. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna first go through every single one of the stacks and incrementally just keep increasing them. That's the idea. So let's go for each. So actually, we probably want to do this first.
Stop.
I guess we don't need to do that. Awesome. It's a little bit weird. 1 second, you do need to do it. Next second.
Here comes trouble, putting on a show. Like a domino, I fall. Another bottle, don't know what to say. Send me on my way to you.
Right? How much space do we have left in the stacks we have to figure out? So we just take the max and then subtract that from the stack quantity, and then we need to get the amount to insert. So amount insert. Oops. Spelling. And so we just need to get the minimum. So math, and I forget it's not that anymore. So we just take the space and the quantity to add. Right? So now we can just do the arithmetic. So stack quantity plus equals the amount to insert. Why are you crying? Cannot implicitly. This is a uint. Cannot implicitly convert stack because it is a for each iteration variable. That's what I thought we needed to do. Okay, see? I knew it was going to come back up. Cannot modify members of stack because it is a for each iteration variable. Yeah. So it looks like this. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that it did that. All right. We could probably just do this. There we go. Right? So then we should just bring this up here. Actually, yeah, we need to do that. Let's bring this back down. Doesn't fit. Let's just do. Oh, right. We forgot to subtract quantity. Just need to subtract from the amount in. And we also forgot to do the update. So that would be CX. And we just need to, I believe, update the row. Good. Let's do that. Update. Right? Yeah. Okay, and then that gives it more sense now. So now we just do log info. We want to tell it that we updated this stack. Beautiful. Okay, now that we know that for reaches don't work on this, that makes things a little bit more interesting. No one can whine about me using for loops. right? So now that this is done, the next part is, let's just make sure we're getting this right. All right, okay. So now we're just going to do a while loop. Right? So while the quantity to add is greater than 0, we're just going to do this, the var amount insert. Insert. There we go. It's going to be equal to the minimum from the max. Math in x. Right? So in English, what that's doing is we're just telling it so that the most that it should insert is going to be whatever the max should be for this item type. That's all. All right, so from here we need to, I guess we're going to be creating a whole bunch of these, right? So CTX, inventory, insert, and I guess not. New inventory? There we go. Okay. Alright. Player ID is going to be equal to that. The item type. Good. And we just need to worry about the item and the quantity. Set that to the amount to insert. Right. Then we can just do quantity to add minus the amount to insert. Alright, so now let's just log that and move on. Do it differently. So we created a new stack. Sorry. That was weird.
this is not a phase, my dear. Time heals the moment, but our hearts were frozen, don't disappear. You escape from not knowing, but I got a feeling that I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Just know that I'll give you love you'll never want to share tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find the space, a great escape, where we could finally break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, happy after the fall. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all. And I don't wanna change it all.
Okay. I think that's it. That's it. We're good. We can get rid of this. How we create our items. This is good. You could just, I mean, this is super generalized. You could use it in whatever project. If you decide to make some type of online game, this is how you would do it through Spacetime DB. As far as creating creating items would go. Right. Yeah. Pretty cool. This part's a little annoying. It is what it is. Spacetime DB does not work with enums quite yet, so that's a thing. All right, we're good now. So to be clear, I'm putting all of these logs in here because what happens is on the server side, these will be preserved forever. And so I'm just getting into the habit. Well, actually what I'm doing is a lot of this code is going to just be copy pasted into the main project. So I'm just making sure to do it right the first time. If that makes sense, right? Or to make it in such a way that I shouldn't have to make any changes to this. Right? In fact, yeah, we shouldn't have to make many changes to it at all. Okay. I feel that's it. Let's take a look at the rest now. I think that was the last part of the server that needed to be updated, which is the generate item stuff, right? Now when we list an item for sale, we get the quantity. This is the part that we just added. So you pass in the price that you quantity of that item. So now here, okay, so we probably want to change this a little bit now. Instead of doing it this way, let's do it here.
I was a lonely silhouette, needed somebody to show the way. Yeah, I was a heartbeat with no sound till you came around. Yeah, you showed me colors, light in the darkness. You were the only thing I needed. Then we got older, but we stayed the same. Swear that we never lost the flame. Nostalgia, you're an echo in my head. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories. Oh, nostalgia, don't you ever slip away. Oh, nostalgia, like a symphony of our memories.
Where was it? Oh, we don't have to do all of this. We did it over here. The heck? Yeah, it's there. What are you crying about? Quantity? The heck? Oh, that's why. I feel like there's other things that need to be taken care of also. There is the listing ID is automatic timestamp. What the heck? There we go. So we have the seller ID, player ID, item, price. We don't need the item anymore, do we? I don't think we need the item anymore. I mean, it's good to have it. Yeah, let's keep it there, because it starts messing with things down the road. It's fine if it's there, because it gives us more information anyway. And that's it. So that's how we list the items for sale. What are you trying to do? So it looks like you're using the new input system. And you're trying to pass in shoot2 with the mouse position.read value. Are you using the... That looks like new input system stuff. Is that what you're doing? Okay. I mean, the only problem with helping you out with the new input system stuff is that there's more moving parts to it than using the old input system. So it's like I have to see the project, because now you're talking about, with the old input system, it's built into the cake, like it's already there from jump. But with new input system, you have to set it up from the inspector, and I don't know if you set it up correctly, right? And what I'm reading there, that line, if you did set it up correctly, it should be fine. That's usually how it looks. And you might be getting a null on some other line. That line looks fine though. And I don't think that's how it... So this is the thing. I don't think that that's going to get you what you want anyway. Because even if that did work, what that would do is it would give you, I believe, a normalized position relative to the screen that the mouse is at. It doesn't actually give you coordinates. Now, it's useful if your character, in a very specific situation, where your character is always in the very center of the screen, and then it would basically just be using the normal that you would get from that, if I remember correctly about how read value works on new input system. Right? I think with the new input system, you must use the to world space in that case. Right? You must do the camera to world space thing, because I believe that it's using a normalized value. You could always just do a print on it, and if the number is between -1 and 1, then that's what it's doing. It's been almost a few months since I've had to use it, so I don't recall exactly. So yeah, I mean, I would seriously just consider using just input.mouse position, because that's exactly what it sounds like you're trying to do anyway. Yeah, like you have to do something like that, and then you have to... Yeah, basically. But you're still... If that line is still giving you null, and it's legitimately that line, that means you probably set something up poorly in the inspector. And you have to check it out there. And like I said, there's a ton of moving parts when you're doing it that way. If you just did input.mouse position, that's like baked into the cake. Unity is tracking that under the hood anyway. But I don't know. I think it still works even if you're using the input system. I know that using the new input system will break the old input system. So, but I don't know how far it does. I know that key codes don't work anymore. For a fact. Alright, so... when we list an item for sale, we pick the item, and then we just... Oh boy. Okay. Oh no, we're doing alright. Hold on. We need to fix this. So, where's the price? All of this is set up outside. It's really just this one that's a problem. Okay, gotcha.
Come and set me free, 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 free. Come and set me free. Give me your heart. Say we can't, oh, just don't say another word. These thoughts you've imagined aren't real, aren't adding up. You fetched your ideas from nowhere, all from another world. Your logic's impaired, your full picture is cropped. 'Cause we both know one day they're just gonna try again. Without doubt, might say if all's gonna mend. We both know that one day
Okay, I got you.
it's gonna rise again. So don't pout for our sake, 'cause this ain't the end.
Darn it. I thought it could work. Alright, fair. We have to do a 4. I was thinking maybe if I didn't do an iteration, but no, it doesn't care. It was whatever operator we throw in there, it doesn't like it. You didn't initialize the fire point variable? I'm not sure what the fire point variable was. Was it a list? Some collection type? Usually the only things you have to initialize.
Promise you this, as long as you're looking, you'll see the signs. Just for a moment, a flash of light, you'll never forget. I heard you crying aloud, and a part of me cried with you. I finally see why all the meteors fall out of you. Can't escape from this.
Make sure I did that right up here. Yep, okay, I'm good. Okay, we have one more thing that we need to hit, and that is this. When we buy market items.
You left your perfume on the pillow, and your whispers in the air. Got your face stuck in the mirror, and I keep finding your hair. Got a big box in my closet with the fall pictures we took.
I think we're fine with the mailbox. Right, we just need to pass in how much of this stuff we were trying to buy. Okay, we need to read this. Wire. By circle, the fee is going to be the listing price. Times the amount. You know what? Let's actually do this one. Okay, let's see. And it was a cause. I'll take a break. Yeah, enjoy your break, dude. You need sanity breaks every once in a while, you know? Especially early on. What I would strongly recommend is you just keep it simple early on. Stick with using transforms. Try to rigid bodies are not complicated, but they can become complicated because they just there's not much you can accomplish with them without code in the end, right? You're going to, or at least nothing. So here's what you can accomplish with rigid body very quickly. You can get bouncing. You can handle friction. You can mess with their colliders. You can get kinematic, and these are a ton of things. You can set their mass. You can get like 0G stuff going. You can do all kinds of things. So it's not fair to say there's not a lot of options. It's just that there's a lot more options when you're dealing with coding them up. So you can get things like rubber banding effects, tension. You can get very wonky granularly controlled like anti-gravity effects and all kinds of pretty cool stuff going on there. And then it bleeds into like optimizing that, and it's its own thing. So transforms keep it real simple early on, especially. That's probably why a lot of Unity early on they push transforms over rigid body. And then once you get comfortable to dealing with things through the concept of velocity, forces, and direction, you can handle just about anything rigid body throws at you. If you're already comfortable with that, you know, do your thing. But that's basically it, like just cumulative forces, that aka your velocity, acceleration, things like that. Alright, man. That looks good. This one had very minimal changes, right? Like, you had to just multiply in the amount now. We changed the fee by that multiplied amount, which is the price, because we added that. Then in the mailbox doesn't care. It's just going to create a new mailbox list item purchase. Wait, what?
I wish I could tell you that I want you here,
Oh, this is for, right, gotcha.
but you'll never love me like the way we used to be. Too far from Saturn, lost in the patterns. Wish the stars aligned so we could be free. Palms are sweaty, knees unsteady. I can't see my head on straight. Heart is heavy, wasn't ready. Don't think I can see your face. Now we're just friends. How long till that ends? It feels like forever away.
There we go. Okay. So now it'll show all of the stuff that you just bought in your mailbox for that item.
I hope that you know I never wanted to be gold. I think it's the only way I know to be alone.
Okay. So now when we claim the item, we just get everything, right? So we get the player, we get the mail. Then we just insert into the inventory item. The item is so we're making a new inventory item here. So what we could actually do here is instead call try generate item. Player ID and the and the quantity, right? So it's mail. There we go. Go back up to here, and we're going to turn this to a thing. Or actually, we could just get rid of this altogether. There.
I've seen relics of
Okay.
kingdoms past and crowns of ancient kings.
I think that's it. I think that's good.
Stories of
That's our
distant
system.
lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
I think that's it. I think we're good. Oh boy. What a refactor, huh? Don't need that. Refactor is always a little bit more painful than just diving through it first time. But I think that's it. I think we're done. Oh, okay. Let's just do a publish. On the server and test it out. I did save before I published, right? It's giving me an error on something. Module.item type is not found. Enum module item type does not have a space-time DB type. Okay.
Girl, you always looking pretty with no makeup. Let me take you to the city before we break up. One more night, girl, we won't fight. I just wanna live
That's complaining about this.
every day. You gave me a flat line. You would say it's always a bad time. Anyway, it tastes like the last time. How to break away when you
It's going to ignore category because nothing's using it, I think. But we are using it here. That work? Negative. Oh. All right, let's try it again. Okay, it worked. So far. Awesome. Okay, now let's update the client side. Nice. Okay, so let's go back to Unity. Unity needs to just recompile. And then get angry. Cannot convert I have no clue what this is complaining about right now, but let's... I think this is what I was working on, and then I had to stop when I realized what was going to happen. So let's do that real quick. What other issues are you crying about over here? Okay, we need to check.
Takes me back in time to laughter and long nights we left behind. We were young, wild under open skies.
What was this thing called again? I think item types? Yep, there it is. Oh, this is tracking it. Awesome. Okay, so it does know. I don't need to go through the whole hoopla. Gotcha. So then all we have to do is this. Nice. I don't know. My brain was still on the whole I need to go through all of those steps in order to cast it from the server side. Okay. Interesting. Oh shoot, I'm not actually showing the right IDE. My bad. These guys are still looking at my server code. One sec. And client side. There we go. What's going on, RC? Been a minute, huh? Let's see. All right, so doing all right. Just messing around with multiplayer server stuff. Item stack. This will just be item type. And what's the key? The key is so I'm working with a team, and it's not so much that they have multiplayer. It's a cell phone game, so they want to have, basically they need to have, security on the data. It's going to bleed into multiplayer, so that's the reason why I'm, also building out this. So this is a prototype. But a lot of the code that's going to be here is going to find its way into some shape or form into the actual project. So it's like, think of it kind of like, the easiest way to put it. Vampire Survivors, in a way, with the whole roguelike element stuff. But it's like if you combined... Actually, if you look up in the chat, there's a link that I put to it, but it's like Vampire Survivors, but if you merged it with League of Legends. That makes sense. So basically, it's to get, yeah, it's basically to get this to... Oh, I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry about that. Oh, you mean like on a different... Okay, my bad. No, okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought you meant like you had said something and I missed it. I'm putting together two and two together. My bad. So what is the problem with the key here? Cannot convert int... Oh. So, can we just get away with doing this then? Yep, there we go. Awesome. And what about this one? Interesting. Okay. No worries. I don't have any viewers yet, but I'll try it out when I get home, maybe. Yeah, sure. Dude, do your thing, man. It's a cell phone game for the most part. I think you can emulate it on a PC also. I haven't done that yet, but later on, I mean, technically I have, but I haven't like I was debating whether or not I should stream it as well, like after we get the game launched proper, because right now it's out alpha. All right. So, but after I finish doing this stuff, then I'm gonna implement it on that side, and that's probably when there's gonna be like a full release, at least within the week after that point. Okay. I don't know if what we did just worked. I just know that I did something. So let's actually try this out. So I don't know what the heck. Like now my brain has to switch back over to client side. Give me a sec. Let me take a look at what the client side wants to have done. So I'm in the Market UI controller. Okay, so we need to get rid of mail real quick. And so I guess I'll run the game real quick just to see if things are still even working. This is actually really good to... there we go. So it didn't preserve my stuff. That's cool. Okay, the game is running fine. It did not preserve info, but... No, I haven't actually posted anything about it on the Discord yet. It's because it's mainly their Discord that's going to be taking care of it, but they're not ready yet, I think, to go like live with a Discord or anything. So it would probably be not be a thing that I'm going to post on there unless they say that, you know, I can, basically. Like, I need explicitly to be told, yeah, you can do that, then I'll go right ahead. I just have the link to the trailer that they posted on YouTube, so I assume that that's fine. They have over 1 million views on that one, so that's always a good sign. No. This is something else. This is a group that I'm working with. This code is for that. The Journey West is not. That's a personal project. So I'm not. Two different code bases I'm working on right now. The other one I have to put on hold until I get this done because I need to get this done for those guys ASAP. And the code isn't. There's nothing that's happening here that would benefit the Journey West. I mean, unless I decided to make it multiplayer for some reason. But I was thinking single player for that. Okay, this is good. Like, I'm okay with you being able to do, you know, like saves come and do save editing. That's part of the whole thing. Yeah. This is, Dungeon Crawler. Or, sorry, not Dungeon Crawler. That's going to be a thing. I need to correct myself on that one. So this is called Catacomb Crawlers, not Dungeon Crawlers. Catacomb Crawlers. Okay. Alright, so the game is running perfectly fine. So let's show this one more time. We just need to get the market running now. So when we open the market, we're gonna tie that. So let's go to the player controller. I think that's where the controls are for this. And when we press F and put a key down R, yeah, R is fine. There we go. So I'm pretty sure we were tracking the market menu somewhere, right? I guess not. Let's do that. Public. So if this is enabled, let's take a look at what this is doing. I think it handles its own business once we enable it. Yeah, it does. It takes care of itself. Okay, so we just need to... We don't need to worry about this then. What we need to do is... need to do this. Okay, and then we just have to do this. Private, tool, menu, open. Alright, I'm downloading Catacomb Crawlers. Alright, let me know if you enjoyed. It's pretty cool. It's kind of hard when I played it. But I played the dev version, so maybe that's just harder without using dev stuff. And also I was playing it with mouse, so it was just rough. I think maybe on a cell phone it's a little bit. Let me know actually, because I started to get worried about that when I was messing around, and it was feeling very janky with the way it was controlling. So if you feel like the controls are janky, that's a thing I should bring up, you know? Like, it could have been that it was just because, again, I was playing it through Unity, so it could have been that it was janky because of that. But if you feel like there's something going on with the analog, let me know for sure. Okay, so this is going to be, so we just want to make sure, we only have one menu on this right now, but we want to make sure that we have a private. Right? We want to make sure that we disable all menus basically. Actually, we just need void on this. But right now we don't need it, but we will need it in a second. Once we install Mail, we want to be able to close Mail, open up the UI for Market and stuff. We don't want both of them open at the same time. Good stuff. Actually, let's do it with the game object. Makes more sense. Okay. Yep. All right. Interesting. All right, let's give it a shot. So I think we need to actually, yep, there it is. On market call. All right. Get rid of this. Good. Okay. All right. So we will do this. Now let's see if our toggle, first let's apply all. Get rid of that. And let's see if this is working. Okay. And what is it, R? We got a null reference exception. Oh, we forgot to pass that in over here. There we go. Okay, there we go. We can close it. We have a little cooldown there, so we can't just like spam it. Nice. Okay. We are getting a null reference somewhere though. this crying about inventory slots count. Did we not initialize these? Oh, we must have forgotten to initialize them. Why do we need them? Do we need them? What is this? Oh, okay, I got you. All right, let's see if our new system works. So, first off, our inventory isn't even working. Doesn't show anything in it. So we need to take a look at that. And then if we press R, we also have nothing there. Interesting. What is going on here?
I've been searching for a reason. I've been counting on the hands of time.
Okay, I understand.
I love my body, I love my mind. Desire to
Right, okay. Let's take a look at what's going on with our inventory controller. We did make changes to a lot of stuff, so we need to track them. On the server side, we need to track them and find out what's going on here. So let's check the game manager. And it's over here. This is where the magic should be happening, right? So whenever we pick something up, we should be going through here. And then we do this. But this isn't accurate anymore, or any longer. All right, we need to do this. Actually, let's do it over here. So this again, this stuff is going to be taken care of server side. When I wanted to take care of this today with the RLS, but we kind of needed to do that refactor, so it's fine.
I've been dead in water for some time, picking up the parts of all my lies.
So that's not how this works anymore.
This time, how will hard to break apart? Don't tell me why.
So we don't need to do this here, actually. What we need to do is that. Alright, and so what that means is we can now get away with doing this. Alright, that's it. Really all we have to do. Now we need to go to the UI controller and change how it's represented. Because we added some stuff to this, right? So we no longer have to do a lot of this stuff. Let's check inventory real quick. Make sure we're doing it correctly. Yeah, see, so we don't need to do this anymore. Well, we kind of do. Should we keep it this way? So what this is doing is, think of these kind of like item slots, right? Or inventory slots, in a way. We'll probably rename that to inventory slot. But basically, this slot contains a stack of this item type, whatever the item type is that's in it. So that kind of makes things simpler. When we call inventory, we're just going to get effectively all of the slots of that inventory, but in data. Right, that's effectively what this is doing. Like if we go to, well, I mean, I'm not going to open it. It's nonsense. But if we do that, then effectively what we're saying here is all right, so basically we don't need this. Or rather, we don't need this to work this way. Right? Because we're immediately getting all of the slots anyway from this. So really, we're already getting the slots. Let's get rid of this real quick because it's confusing me. And I think we don't need this anymore. This is a list, not a dictionary, right? Yeah. Okay. So I don't think we need the first part anymore. I think we can get away with just doing this for each. That's accurate. Right? And then we can say if... No, we don't need to do that either. Actually, let's do it this way. If stack... continue. Otherwise... Well, we don't need that because we're in a for each loop. You know what? There we go. Now I feel better. Let's see. Inventory. So basically we can skip the foreplay and jump straight into generating these and this is a right, okay, got it. Oh, we don't do that for this one though. This one already has, it's like pre-made for 5 slots. We could always do that later, I guess, if we're more dynamic inventory. For this, we limited it to just 5. So we can skip that part and just add the stuff, I guess. So I think we can just pass stack in here now. Okay, that's it. So we simplified the code a lot, right? Okay, that's it. We simplified the code a heck of a lot. Do you know Tuholis? I think you might like his music. Sorry, making eggs at the grill is. Tuholis? Nope. I'm not really aware. I could look him up. If you give me a sec, just finish this series of things up. Okay. Got an issue? What's the issue? Oh, that's a lie. What does it need to be? Event context inventory, right? Event context. Oh, I see.
Let's go. Let's go.
I think that's what it wants. Yep, there we go. Check out safety. Is he... is it, copyrighted? That's mainly a problem. The problem, if it is. Okay, this is good. Alright, let's see if this is displaying our regular inventory now. The answer is no, it isn't. That's weird. Let's check the server and see what it's saying. First, let's clear it. Oh, okay. So it's saying, on the server side, it's saying the apple does not have an existing parameter. So let's take a look at that. See, this is why we do a ton of logs. So let's go back to the server code real quick. No problem, man. It's my responsibility to make sure that that doesn't happen. Here, have a couple stars. Ah, there we go. Ooh, that was a lot. And of course, I get to blow you up. What the heck? You just went right through the stars. Okay, there you go. Okay, so we're having an issue over here with the parameters. It looks like it wants to say the parameter is not set. So we might have over-engineered one of the parts. So let's take a look at it. What is it saying? It's saying the item does not have an existing parameter. Right, so this is actually something that is very important that I was trying to figure out. How do we pre-populate this? Right, because we need to give it definitions. And so this falls under the category of things that are definitions. Generally speaking, these are set up, like these definitions are set up once the player actually logs in. So we have like a start point for that. But I think we need to make a method or a reducer that is called from the server side to initialize the server, or rather update the server's configurations. So let's do that. What was the error again? It was the item does not have an existing. So this is called where? Item params. Okay, let's try this. So, according to the docs, they do have an initializer condition, which I believe. Let me just double check over here. Yeah, see, it's like right here, init. It's like if this init call. All right, so let's do it there. I don't like the idea of doing it there, but it makes sense. Right? So this will, when the server initializes, this is when this is called. All right, so it's a little annoying, but bear with me. Got to do ctx dot, and so we're going to be initializing the parameters. So we just do db dot item params, and then we just insert. This is annoying. I don't like this, but I mean, yeah, whatever. So let's do item type is going to be equal to let's do apple. Alright, we can set like the max quantity to this. What I don't like about this is we're going to have to do something like this. And in a massive project, this is just annoying to look at for me. So like potato and oranges. This is how we would have to handle the initialization. That's very annoying. All right. Good news is we don't need to update the client. We can just update the server and it should work fine. Let's make sure we save. I need to think of a better way of implementing that, if it's possible. I need to talk. I'm going to talk to the folks over there. 'Cause stuff like that, it's like I asked before and they just said yes, so that means that there has to be a way, and I'm just going to show them like what I did, and I guess I'll have to ask them how they did it, because they're making an MMORPG using the same system. So they must have encountered this. Unless they actually are typing this entire thing out. That's sick work. That is sick, sick work. Okay. Okay. Let's, we saved. Let's clear and let's rebuild the server. Publish, rather. Yes. Yeah, when you prefer to work smart, you see stuff like that and it's like, I'm not smart enough. Alright, let's go back over to Unity and see what happens. Clear. So, server should no longer be failing. Lonely. Looks like the server is failing. I think. We're about to find out. But we're not seeing the inventory update again. But let's see what the server is saying is the problem. Oh, it could have just been that I didn't pick up anything. That's also a fact. That could be. I just didn't get lucky. It's 25% chance. I thought I picked up enough. Yep, there it is. Okay. Awesome. So this is showing 19, 20, 21. Okay. We have 21 apples, 22 apples. This should not show, right? Yeah, okay. So now we just need to fix this. Mark it so that way the inventory over here shows up over here on the right. So we fixed inventory, so now it's the market's turn to be fixed. Or the market's inventory to be fixed. I got a red. I saw red over here. What's this red about? Out of range exception. What is this? Market? Yeah, okay. So we're here anyway. This is... it's fine. Okay, so we don't need to worry about this anymore. Welcome back, Yak. How was your break? You regained some sanity? It's going alright. We're making progress. I just tested the game out a little bit. the inventory is working, so it's reading right off of the server. So now we're going to just get the marketplace's inventory to reflect the player's inventory, and then we're going to get the ability to transfer or to put items from the inventory onto the marketplace. That's next. Well, I mean, we just had to do the refact. The part that you saw was me refactoring early on. But yeah, we're getting work done, brother. We're getting work done. We're getting there slowly but surely, right? But get back to it, dude. You got to get that bullet going, or the projectile. I mean, really, what it comes down to, I think, if you were just using regular transforms with a projectile, what it would come down to is keep it simple, right? KISS, keep it simple. So all you got to do is get the position that you're at. I'll actually just write out the formula. Give me a second. Let me just comment this part out. Oh, so you already got the... Okay, fantastic. Here, I'll show you something that's actually pretty cool. This is something that you probably want to do for your games, just for organization. Make a prefab manager. And then in that prefab manager, this is what's called a factory pattern. So whenever you're ready to spawn something, you can just do this with it. And it'll just pass back the thing that you're prefabbing out. Right? Typically, when you spawn them, you don't want to pass anything in them. You just want it to handle this instantiation process. If you need additional information, you could always just do this, right? So one way to handle, like, if you have stuff that you want to get like additional information from, I'm going to show you a neat little trick. This is a programming trick in order to handle dynamic information, but you don't know what's actually in the information, except until you get inside of the call over here, right? This is very close, because C# is a statically typed language, so this is as close as you're going to get to dynamically typed. So we can do something like, let's say I have this right here, and I need to do additional stuff with this, with this, with this, but I don't want to have different things happening with each one. Like, I don't want to make mailbox info, spawn info, like inventory spawn info, markets. I don't want to have everything. So instead what I do is something like this. This is the power of what's called an interface. So public interface prefab info, or let's call it prefab context. Right? I'm getting used to that context word. Let's actually call it info just to keep it simple, because that's what it is. It's the information. That's the same thing, right? Oh, whoops, my bad. I'm in the wrong IDE. Good call. There we go. So I was pointing to this. So this is a prefab manager, and what's happening inside of this is what's called a factory pattern. We're calling a static member. There's a couple of things that just need to be seen here, right? What's this? Ah, gotcha. Okay, so there's a couple of things that's happening here. For one, this is a static call, which means that I can call this from anywhere else in my script. I don't need a direct reference to this, right? So I could do something like, I could go, you see like how this is called spawn market listing, right? I can go over here and do something like public void foo, right? So I can do something like spawn, for a prefab manager, spawn inventory, right? And now I can spawn my inventory from anywhere that I want in my script, or whatever else, right? Like spawn the players, spawn anything that I want. I could That's like the pattern. That's a factory pattern. Do. Okay. So, but I'm suggesting, what if you have additional information that you don't know what that information is beforehand, but you will know what it is once it gets inside of this method, right? We can do something like this. We can create an interface, call it prefab info, and then we could do something like public class concrete market info, right? And then we can have it implement prefab info, right? And then we can do something like this: public T get T, right? And so now inside of this, it's going to want us to do public T get T, and we will return default for now. Let's keep this simple. Just do that. There we go. Okay. So what this is doing for us is now over here, we can do this. Pretty cool, huh? And so now we can get any information, and you can take this even further beyond, right? You can go and create dictionaries or other collection types inside of this, and then you can get this information, which is super useful for like just when you don't know what you're going to be dealing with and you don't care. It's roughly a CRUD setup, right? You create, run, update, and then destroy it. And that's basically it. Like, you don't care about this information to be lasting for so long, but you still need to use this information at some point. That's what it does. It's pretty freaking useful. I use it all the time in my other projects. Yep, it's very useful, especially like when you're passing information around and you don't know what you're going to be putting into. So let's actually do a more robust version of it real quick. All right. So let's do a robust version of this. So let's say that we need a specific thing from this. So let's say hit points. Right? We can make this take in a string identity. Right? And then over here, we can have this be a dictionary that takes in a string object, map it, and then that's that. And then now we can go like this. And we can do if map that try get value. Gonna go string identity. right? And then we would also have public void add. And we just do something like that. So now, at some point, we can add information to this. And then at some point, we can just get that information back off of this. We don't know what this information is, nor do we care. It could be anything in the whole wild world. We don't know. We won't know until we do this get call. Right? So there's situations where this is extremely useful. So for example, you have a system where you're doing damage and you don't know, like there's a whole bunch of these different parameters that are going to have to be thrown into it. So you're going to need to know, for example, you want to have like a date and time for when the damage happened, like when the hit happened, the name of the enemy that hit. You might want to have a link to or a direct reference to the object that did the damage or was damaged, the weapon that was damaged, the animation. It doesn't matter, right? You need to store this information. This is an excellent way of handling that. Right? And then anything that's actually getting this information, the info that you're passing through here, will handle what they need to handle from the data differently. They just need to call get on it, pass in the type of data that they're looking for, and then if they get nothing, they'll get a default. Right? There you go. And if you want to even, let's take it even further beyond, actually. Let's go and do this. Out. Can you do that? I guess not. Okay, so we have to... I wanted to try to do it in line, but I guess not. So let's do it like this. Right? And so now over here, we just need to change this to bool. And put this as out p returnable. Right? So that's going a little bit further beyond. And what this allows us to do is something like this now. We can say, we can do what's called a pass by. Right? So if info out var data right, and then it's only if this actually finds something now, then we'll do something with it. Otherwise, we'll just continue with the rest of the code. That's why it's called a pass by. Right? So this is good later on if you're really good at like just tracking your code down, because you won't get exceptions. But it's bad also because you won't get exceptions. So if your code is broken, you won't know. But it's good for like dealing with server stuff for the most part. All right, so there you go. You learned some intermediate level stuff. Now it's up to you to figure out how to use it. But it's just to show you, like, there's tons of stuff that's possible out there. Right? And that's really... Well, I remember when I first started off, everybody was talking about interfaces, and I had no idea. And I think all somebody had to really do is just put it together in, like, one form for me to see what it's doing, and now you could understand the versatility of using an interface and why it's useful. Right? Because if we did this... Hey, Relinquished. Right? So now what this opens up for is now, let's say I have a specific type that I want to lock this into. So let's say I know that this is going to be of type, let's say V. Right? We can do something like this. Right? And so now we can lock this in. Well, actually, we have to basically repeat this part over here to get this part to work. Let's do it. Yep, that's it. Okay. There you go. And so this is really good in a few situations, but the best situation that I've found use for it in is when you have a lot of different things that all want to know about the same stuff. So you got to think of it like in a stack. So I use it for like my damage. From the ability will generate like damage info, and it has a concrete class behind it. Sometimes I keep it generic, but it might have a concrete class. And then from there, going through the layers, it will populate. So different things from all over the place will be populating that damage with their own information. And then something else is pulling from that information somewhere else. Right? And then I split my code up into two sections. One is before we do damage, the other one is after we've done damage. And then all of the different parts are just pulling from the information or adding to the information based on which side of that they're on. All right, there you go. Okay, let's get back to work. All right, so we got the regular inventory working again, this time with stacking stuff. Now it's time to get the inventory working on the... this is just UI stuff now, but it's UI stuff with a twist. Where's the marketplace? There we go. That's the listing. There it is. Practice. That's all it's going to take. Do it a few times in your code, and you'll find that it'll come like second nature to you. Right now, so I had brought that up for a reason. So it was dealing with your projectile. So the point is that with your projectiles, you can dump data into them, or dump data into something that's managing them. Was the point that I was getting to, right? So when you make your factory pattern for your projectiles, that makes it simpler to just call on the projectile to do that thing, rather than locking that projectile inside of a class and then storing it on that prefab. Now you can call that projectile from anywhere in your code. Something else could need to use a projectile. This means that now you eliminate the need to, for example, let's say that you're going through a motion video, right? Like I don't know, you're supposed to shoot beams, or two characters are supposed to shoot beams. Instead of trying to access the character, getting to the beam prefab, and then calling on the beam to be fired from the character, right, or whatever the situation might be, instead you just have the manager or the prefab holder, and you just call it on that, and then you pass in the player, and it'll handle its information the way that it needs to. And that would basically be it. You know? So It's pretty cool. And you could then even just use it on somebody else. You could have somebody else cast it, or you could even get so generic with it, you just pass in a vector, and it'll be cast from that vector, right? And just tell it who owns the beam, and then that'll be the person who did the damage, effectively. You don't have to get that generic, though. Like, if rule number 1 is get it done first, number 2 is get it done right. That's how it usually is. Okay. So we refactored our inventory system, so now it is... Let's go look at our inventory controller and just grab the code from over there, because it's kind of the same thing. Just need to make some small changes. Where is the inventory UI control? Yep, there we go. So we can just grab our super simplified code now. Okay, so this inventory is different than the other one because this one, the other one only has 5 slots. This one is dynamic. You can count this as getting to see different types of inventories being made, or rather the UI side of it. But it's just showing you data is data, so I can take any form of data and just how it's represented will be whatever we want it to be. For here, we don't need to do this because... Or rather, we're going to do something different when we get here. Right? So we're going to create a slot for each one of these guys. Inventory slots. Right? So if I is greater than that, so we just need to go here and we do an instantiate call. There it is. Just grab this. Okay, so we don't need to do an iter on this, because this is the iter. So we can just do this. So I guess we can do it like this. So if I is less than that, then the count, then slot will be equal to that at I. Then if we found something, we clear the slot. And then the slot that game object set active is true. Otherwise, else slot will be equal to that. Alright. Slot clear slot. Okay, next. Oh, we just set the display. Oh. So we can just do this slot. There you go. Nice. Right. But we do need to have a counter on this, so that was what we were doing this. Or rather... And I think we can do this now, and just... We can use the exact same code here. And everything else is gone now. Right. So now this should populate our inventory for us to see. So let's go back. So this is the... We're about 50% of the way done with what I want to get done today. Okay, so we still have our 24 apples, or whatever we had before. 25 now. I think R. Holy cow, what's going on here? Oh, we forgot to tell it to set the quantity. My bad. That's the default. I think this is a different one, so we need to actually save. Yep, they're not set. Okay, we gotta set them. I don't know where this is. Where the heck is it? I should at least be seeing, like, name and stuff like that. Like, are these in, like, random places? Interesting. Alright, let's just delete it, and let's add it again. Okay, we're just not seeing the UI show up. I don't know why. What did I do? Oh, this is something else. Whoops. This is the market slot. This is the item slot. Market slot. I think it's market slot. That works. This is the inventory market, but that doesn't work. Oh no, it is. Okay, I found them. All right, so they won't work. They won't show properly. We have to actually not be silly and put them where they should be. There we go. How zoomed in am I? All zoomed in. Okay. All right, let's take a look. So this thing needs to know about a few things. It needs to know the display name. Item count. Yes, that's quantity. Yep, okay. What else do you need? I think that's it for this. We don't use anything else on it. The item name and the quantity. Okay. Let's apply that. And delete this. Oops. Okay. And then let's, while we're here, fix the other one too. So market slot. Okay, this one uses up more stuff. So we have the name. Yeah. Quantity.
I was going to write you a letter. When I turned the page, I'd have the courage, yeah. And it's tough to let go even after.
Okay, there we go. So now let's just delete it, and that's it. So okay, let's do that. Well, at least we know that it wanted to try to make something. Hold on. Turn this off. There we go. Fly. There we go. Okay, we have 26. We press R, and there he goes, 26. Okay, so this inventory is now replicating what's over here. The difference is we can click this one, and when we click this one, a pop-up is going to show up. That's going to allow us to then put push stuff to the market. Right? So that's the next step. We're going to just get the pop-up to show up, and it's going to give us the ability to confirm or reject and stuff like that. No, you're in the right place, I think. Maybe I'm in the wrong YouTube channel. Let's see. So actually, Relinquish, is that how it's going to be? Is that how you guys want it to be? Like with the whole slot system and stuff like that for the Because let me share it, I guess. This is what I think that you guys are going to be going for. Where is it? So, my thoughts might not be the right thoughts. But basically, I mean, obviously it's not going to look like this, but basically, you go to the market, your market might take up the entire screen. In this case, it's just taking up the right-hand side. You have your list of your items that you want to, that can be put on the market. You left-click, you put them to the market. You set your price for each unit, whatever, things like that. And then basically everybody can see stuff that's on the market, and then they can pick, buy, they can see like the seller. I even think that, I mean, I even go there, but basically, is that how you guys see it happening? And then when that's done, it goes to the mail. And then like the item that you picked is going to be like here. You can claim it, and you can choose to delete your mail or whatever. I think that's like usually how it works in most situations. I'm not sure if that's the way that you guys want it to go. Okay. When I looked at the UI that was shown, I saw on the top right, it looked like there was like a little mail button. And then on the bottom left is the store button. So I figured more or less it's going to be like a full screen thing, not obviously, not like a slide in or anything like that from a portion of the screen. But I think the key points are how the inventory is going to be displayed in the market, right? Maybe it's not even shown at all. It could be like one screen is just the market and one screen is just the inventory, and that would make sense for a cell phone. Really? Really? So basically Web3 starts at that point is what you're thinking, and it goes from there. It's outside of our control, effectively. So all we do is just push what it is and how much of it is, and then they get it and do what they need to do. Is effectively what's being said. Like what it is, how much it is, and how much the players say that it should be. And then Web3 takes care of the rest, is what you're saying. Okay, I understand. It's the same concept, it's just that it's going to them. So there's no in-game. That's weird. No, there has to be, because so you mean like in order to actually, like, you have the market button. So it has to be, because the way that you guys are setting up the UI right now, it looks like you have both an inventory button and a market button. So if you're having an inventory button, then clearly the market needs to display what's actually on the market. So it's going to be in-game what is purchasable. Oh, you have a store, and that's different from the market. Okay. I think I got confused about that then. I thought the store was the market. So if that's the case, then all I have to do is just make it so they can... It's basically just... There's probably going to be like an option. I got you. Okay, I get you. So there's two things going on here, then. Understood. For some reason, I thought these two things were connected. Like, people could trade their skins through the market. For some reason, I thought that was a thing. Ah, okay, understood. Alright, so let's get back to it. So now we have this inventory working. The next step is to get the marketplace working. So, this isn't too bad, I think, either. And once we get the market working... well, actually, before we do that, we need to... I think we have the transfer panel right here. And the transfer panel has two states. It has the sell state, and it has the buy state. Cancel. Right?
Strobe.
Right? And how much you can put on the marketplace. This is fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We have one input field, which is... Let's see which one we want to take care of. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. We have the transfer panel, the transfer controller. Let's make a little state machine. We're going to make a super simple, super useful state machine that anybody can really use for any project. This can carry you through production on just about any game that you produce, right? It's an enum-based state machine. So we go like this, public, enum, and we're going to go with, usually we have like a default of none, and we have a buy, a sell state, right? And we can go transfer. Right? Then we can do something like public. No, there we go. Oh, there we go. Whoops. Alright. Did I call this Taro State Machine? Because it's basically made by Taro Dev. Well, I mean, they probably got it from somewhere else. Everybody keeps saying that, but it is what it is. It's a good state machine. So we do on before state change. And then we pass in the state that we're about to change to. Right? And then we can do... not match, it's switch. There we go. We do a case, a bite, break. Right, there we go. It's a very simple state machine. And you can make this as complicated as you need it to be. But for this, what we're going to be doing is we're going to do a open that we sell. Okay, after this, can you call me and get back to the static stuff you were talking about? Because I didn't understand how to set up the file. What, static stuff? You talk? I'm doing static stuff right now. Are you talking about? What do you mean? You mean what I showed you before with the interfaces? Gayaki, it's this. I'm streaming, so you could always just. It's a video. You could always just go back and see how I did it. Unless you have like a specific question, that's the reason why I stream. So you could always just look, just see it again. Take your time with it, man. You don't have to rush. It's fairly complicated, especially if you're new. No problem. No problem. Okay. Here's a cool little trick. So if you don't want to use an instance, right? Like you don't want to use a singleton pattern. So a neat little trick is that I don't like using it this way, but you can do it. And it's basically the same thing, right? Go. That's basically the same thing. However, we now have to do something weird. Is this. Okay, let's do that. Get this out of the way first. So now we have to do this. Pretty cool. All right, so now we can make this, we can do a couple of things with this, actually, right? And how we want to handle it. I think we're going to handle it this way, though. Yeah, we're going to handle it that way. Okay. So you might say, well, what's the difference between doing this versus making like an instance, like a instance doing, you know, public static instance and a typical singleton. With this, you don't have to worry about accessing and changing stuff accidentally. So while it's not perfect singleton, it does give you access to basically the things that you want to give access to. So it doesn't allow for the crossing of wires. Somebody will come by later, have no idea what your code is doing, but they don't have like singleton level access into your code to then screw around with stuff that they don't really realize what they're really screwing around with. Instead, they can just screw around with stuff that explicitly you've set for them to screw around with. So in this case, the change state. All right, so we need to track a couple of things. Normally, we do it a little bit differently. So let's do it this way. Let's make it a struct. Right? So let's go back to Unity real quick and see what we need to do. So start with buying. When we buy, we just need to tell it, or we need to know the item that we're going to buy from the market. Right? We need to have the ID of that item that we're trying to buy from the market, or the marketplace ID of it, and we need to have the amount. So that would be let me just confirm that. I think that's all we need. I'm pretty sure. But I can just look at the server side real quick and confirm. Yeah, the quantity. We pass in the quantity. And we pass in the amount that we want to buy. Selling is a little bit more, but it's fine. With selling, okay, and so now with selling, it's a little bit different because we also need the int amount. Okay. The amount per unit. Right? That's it. Right? And so now this is going to tie into oh, actually we're going to do it this way. We could have done it using the other pattern. You know what? Geiki, I'm going to, if you're not watching the old stuff, I'm gonna do it here, just so you can see like an application for it, right? Like, why not? So let's turn these back into classes. Well, actually, let's call these also instead. Let's do this. All right, let's do it like this. So we can do something like public, interface, transfer info. Okay, so then here we can just do get. Or actually, you know what, we can just make this super generic. We can just call this info. That's it. Whatever the info is, we don't care. But it's some type of info. So this is going to be bool. Okay, there. So now from here, we can just do something like this. Right? And so this will just say, we don't know what's going to be in here. So we're just going to do it straight up. Don't need to get any more verbiage in here than we need. We can do data dot, or rather, so in GDScript, that's how it works. Or it can work that way. Target is going to be equal to data. Right, this is info. There we go. I've always tried to figure out how to get this, like if I could get this to be in line, it would be, you know what, let's try it again. I'm gonna try to do it in line. If it doesn't work, it's beyond my my science. Let's see. So we'll start with info, and then try get value and target out. Evaluator. Like, if this worked, it would be so awesome. Yeah, that's the part where it just says no. I need to... I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a way to handle that inline. Whatever. Can this work? Nope, it doesn't let it work. Okay. So now that we've done this, we don't need to know what we're actually passing through here. It could be transfer info, it could be anything else. Instead, now what we can do is we can go here and then tell it, hey, I'm actually expecting also over here. or rather just info. There. Right? And then the... Or better yet, actually, we could do it this way. Let's start with this.
One mistake is all that it takes to break up the trust that we made. I'm open to changing my ways this time. Oh, why do I fall for it every time? I'd do anything
There we go.
so just call my name. Tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away.
Right, that's it.
Yeah, just call my name.
Right? And so now, once this happens, this class will know how to handle this information. So, typically, I like to make keys for these also. So, like, I'll have like a class of some type of way of tracking what these are. Right, and it's a brief example of that might be something like
So just call my name. Tell me you're never leaving, won't you stay? And I'll play your games as long as the fire doesn't fade away. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my name. Yeah, just call my
right? And so now when I go to try to add something here, I would just do something like or something like that. Right. Well, it's really more or less just to get the idea, because I think one of the big things that are helpful to understand is interfaces and how they let you bridge your code easily. So that's really what it's about. Hello, Nepal. How you doing? Anyway, so this is assuming that the info is coming from somewhere else, right? So somewhere else has already populated this by the time it gets here, or it's a null. If it's null, we handle it differently. Regardless, over here, we're going to be doing handle sell. Then over here, we do handle buy. Handle. There we go. And that's how this state machine is working. It's a very simple little state machine, but these are very useful. I'm good. Made a video. Awesome. Congrats. It's what the heck? There it is. Looks like a video on Oblivion. No. Uploads. There we go. Oh, you're back into it, man. Cool beans. All right, so let's see. So we're gonna do handle sell differently. I mean, that's good. That's basically the ebb and flow of it, right? Like, sometimes you have the time for politics, sometimes you don't. It's... Alright, so we can make some assumptions now about when we're doing sell, because if we call this, that means that... Let's look at Unity one more time. When we're selling, we need... Or let's handle buy first, since it's already open. The amount... So we need to get the market ID, so we can do something like this. So this part is going to communicate back to the server. The information. That's the idea here. So we actually do have... Did I forget to make up a... Oh no, it's right here. Confirm and cancel. So let's actually give it a... Oh gosh. Brr. This is not normally how I would do it. It's a little bit annoying me. Yeah. Normally what I would do is I would have a script on each panel. What is happening when you buy? When you sell makes sense, but when you buy, what's happening? Oh, amount. So you click something, and so it's just trying to populate. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So when we're buying, we need to know public input field. Okay. And we need to, while we're here, might as well look at the sell option. We have the amount to sell and the price per unit. Right? And then for buttons, fortunately we did this twice, which is fine. Okay, there we go. Awesome. I think that's basically it, right? The rest of it is just output. So let's look at the output. The only outputs that we have are two of them. For the cell, we have the item name and we have the total cost. And then for buying, it's basically the inverse, right? Right? Yeah. Cost per and total. So we have 3 of them for this one. Cost per and then total. Okay, I think we're good. We are ready to finish this part of it up. Oh, nope, we're missing one thing. You know what we're missing? We're missing the game object calls. We'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm gonna get rid of these. Or this one, rather. I don't think we need it. right? Okay, good. Then we're going to handle okay.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay?
This is a design question. I think we're going to do it over here. Yeah, let's do it. Sal can... Doesn't hurt to do it. There it is.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes?
So at least we get this nonsense out of the way first.
And make the time stand still. What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
Alright, so now in the handle cell method, just do if and we can do item name. Right, and then we can just do out var. So now we can just do cell item name dot text going to be equal to the name. Let's get rid of these. Don't need them. All right. Else, you just put some unknown item or something like that.
She stole a smile and my heart responded.
Right.
She's everything I never knew I wanted. And money won't buy her happiness. Yeah, she's my kind of glamorous.
So now we just need to get the costs. So when we're selling, let's go back to Unity again. Open up sell. The amount to sell per unit. Unit. Okay, so var amount equal to amount. Interesting. What did I name it? Sell amount? Sell total cost. Actually, pause this for a second. Here's the input field. So, amount to sell. I think for the other one, buy, there's another one, there's an input field also for that. Amount to buy, yeah. Did I forget to put that? Buy input field? Yeah, I just named it buy. So now let's make these two methods. So this is buy amount is we have a cost per to begin with. Okay. Okay, I got you. We just need to track the buy cost per the buy cost total text equal to the result. There we go. Good enough. All right, this one is a little bit different. What we're selling. Ugh. So we also have this amount to sell price per unit. So let's do this. I don't think we need to use this, actually. In this case, we need to tap the cost. Full price. And this is basically the inverse of that. Ugh. Okay, so this is just the inverse. Basically get the amount here. Instead of this is going. This is going to cost. Right? So if either one of these are updated, then it'll run through this. And in this case, when we're buying, it will update them based on just how much we select we're going to buy. Okay, that looks good. These three are hooked in. The buttons are hooked in. This is the last part, I think. Just need to set the sell item names and the buy item. And do over here. Let's do that. Which we were doing, actually. The last part is just this. That's it. So now when we open this, it will set the name to the item's name. Just say it. Everything is done. That's it. Just need to make that we change. Yeah. Right. So then the final part is now we need to confirm. Yeah, we need to confirm. Oh, put these up here. Congratulations, dude. Awesome stuff. Good to hear. I'll tell you a little trick when you in 2D games when you're shooting. You can make it look like it's 3D by getting a circle. Just get a white circle. And then color it like a dark gray shade. Give it a little bit of transparency. And give it your projectile script. But then, or even better yet, don't give it your projectile script. If you want to keep it as code minimal as possible, just slap it onto your projectile, but put it slightly below your projectile. If you really want to get fancy with it though, you can actually just put it, make it so that way it tracks. Yeah, make it so that it tracks your projectile position and then offsets itself using code each frame. And it'll make it look like as if you have a 3D world. Pretty cool. Okay, so we just need to do the confirmation. This part is communicating to the server what it needs to do. So let's talk to the server real quick. FaceTime. No. Game manager and connection. What are they called? Oh, reduce. Did I forget how to... Did I forget to make it so that way you could... Oh, there it goes. List item for sale. I was seriously about to cry. I was seriously about to cry. I was almost done. Current info. Okay, man. Have a great one. Enjoy your dinner or lunch or whatever it is for you. Um, let's see. So we just need to convert the value that we put in here. So what is that? Sell amount. What are we doing? We're buying, right? Oh, selling. Okay. So the amount that we want to.
Nothing to it. I do that, kinda knew that. Don't tell me. I know that we'll be fine someday, my love. Slowly losing my mind over you. Burn them like fire and smoke them like drugs. You like seeing me hurt, but I bet you ain't noticed that.
Okay. So now before we get here, we need to make some helpers.
The silhouettes burning, embers rising high, like a chemical fire. The flame won't die. Intertwine, darling, you and I.
Let's go check back out this.
Barely scratching the surface. This obsession of mine is fueling the furnace. I'm up all night and we intertwine.
The silhouette's burning, embers rising high, like a chemical fire. The flame won't die. Intertwine, darling, you and I. Barely scratching the surface. This obsession of mine is feeling the furnace. I'm up all night intertwined. Darling, you
Okay, that's good enough. Now, this isn't a proper inventory, right? We have no, like, way of getting stuff or adding stuff. We just get the whole inventory by doing this. We can't actually add anything, and this is just by the nature of the fact that it's on this. It's just reading. This is basically just reading from the server. It has nothing else really going on here. It's such a weird way. Like, when I look at it, it just looks so weird. It's like missing a... It's like looking at something that's... feels just missing its core components. But that's because those are built into the server. It's weird. It will work. It will work. Okay, so we have to go back here. So this needs to be a int type, and we just need to cast it as a uint, and the amount as a uint. This also then means that we need to ensure that these types are greater than 0, because uint does not like dealing with stuff that's less than 0. Right? You don't want to deal with these if these are less than 0. Which also, we should probably, we're going to leave this here, but we probably also want this over here. What are the two values? It's the ID, it's fine, and the amount. The amount is what exactly again? Cell amount. So these three. Basically, we don't want the cost per. Let me go back to Unity. We don't want the amount to sell or the cost per to go into zeros, negatives. Right? But at this point, everything is... So let's actually do it over here. So we can say cost per is going to be equal to the math f max 0 or cost per. Same thing with the amount. Right, we can just repeat that process. That should do it. Hey, see what we've got. Oh, we forgot the most important part. We need to actually be able to bring this up. So, where is it? Market slot. Oh, we already have it. Okay. So this is the part now where we click the object. This is where we're going to create the transfer object. Right, so now on pointer click, we just say transfer info controller dot what? Shouldn't be able to even see those. Those are private, right? Yeah. Oh, this is this. Okay, gotcha. I could have sworn we made a static field, static member for this. Where is it? Yeah, open transfer. There we go. Thank you. Okay, now we're still missing one piece of this, and that's this part.
Invincible.
Right? So now we can just do info dot add or I think it's item name, right? And I think we can get the item name from up here, display name. What are we doing here now? Buy, sell, info. Right. What else do we need? So we know that we need the item name. Are there any item type? So we need to know the type of item as well. And I think we have like item up here or something. Oh. I'm pretty sure we have it. Yeah, representing item. There we go. Right? That should do it. So now we can buy and sell items, or rather, we can open the buy and sell item window. The question is, where does that window actually appear? Does anyone know? I don't. So we need to give it a place for it to appear. And this is where this starts to get pretty cool. Info.add window. Well, we don't need to do this, actually. If Geiki was still here, he'd just see this being done. We can just do this. That's literally all we have to do. If I remember correctly anyway, I think that's all we have to do. Let's see what we've got. Let's put a little debug over here. Make sure that we are running this part. This is fairly important. And I know awake can be finicky. Alright, our console says absolutely nothing. Oh, we forgot something very important. What? We already fixed this. What are you talking about? Yeah, we fixed it over here. What are you complaining about? Thing, null reference except an object reference not set to an instance of the object. So what are you complaining about? Is it that instance wasn't set? What does it say? Static inventory. And what called it? On enable? UI controller? What is this? Inventory UI. Oh, so that's why, probably why this is showing the way it is, I guess. Line 18. Update slots. Then we call on line 29. This. Then this is line 79. No, it makes sense. That makes sense. We need to put this someplace where it goes off before the other one. I could have sworn like we did that in the game manager, but we set this up over here in the game manager. But it might be too late. Spawn inventory. Do we need to wait? Is there anything spawn this is doing? That means that makes me have to wait. It doesn't initialize. It doesn't do anything. All it does is wait for stuff to happen. So, well, it does initialize, but I mean, like, all it does is wait for stuff to happen. It doesn't initialize anything else. So, yeah, it doesn't. This is like encapsulated to the max. It doesn't rely on anything. So we're going to move this up above that. Right. All right, let's try it now. Nope. What are you crying about? 79. What is it looking for it? Object reference not set to an instance of the object. Oh, I gotcha. This is happening way too fast. Prefab manager isn't even ready yet. Gotcha. Alright, so game manager, this has to wait. It's the other thing that needs to be told that Alright, so let's run it. We're going to put the cap on the other thing. Oh. Okay, so this just needs a cap on it. Well, not this. This needs a cap on it. Right? The problem is right here. Basically, we just need to, like, wait. Godot handles this really well. So, in Godot, all you'd have to do is just do, like, a wait. And it would be done. This, it's a little bit different. Let's do it this way.
Head down the highway side, cold wind, but it feels right. With you, I'm heavy breathing. Feels like I'm lucid dreaming. I'm not usually the type to rush into the night. This time I can't be speeding.
I don't know what just happened, but okay. It's crying over something. I don't know what it is. Yeah, it doesn't need an await. I don't know why it's saying... It's just being silly. Yeah, see, it was just being silly. Alright, let's see what happens. There we go, perfect. Right. What happens when we press R? Awesome, still shows. This doesn't do anything. I forgot to check to see. Well, since we're back anyway, might as well do this. Ah, ArcSight UI. Did I? Oh. Using Unity engine. Bug. Log? What am I missing? Debug. What the heck? Okay, whatever. You win. Print. I don't care. I can't remember. I think I need to take a break or stop or something. I don't even remember how to do debug.log right now. That's funny. Okay, so all right, so it is picking up the click. So the problem is exactly what I thought it was. Awake is super finicky. Like, super duper finicky. So even though this object is instance in, it's not going through its awake call, despite the fact that awake should be getting called when the script is instanced. I need to like re-evaluate how these things work, brother. Like, I am I'm not a happy camper when it comes to the consistency of this call. Right? Because I understand why on enable wouldn't work, and I understand why start wouldn't work, but awake is supposed to go off as soon as you instance the object in. Call when the script is instanced or being loaded. And this is instanced in. Pretty sure. One sec. It could be because I have... It could be because I have this also in the scene. I'm gonna get rid of this one. This is the this is just the thing I'm working with. Let's delete it. And let's do this. That could be what's causing the problem. But no, this is it right here. Where is it? UI manager. This is it. So this is it being instanced, but awake is not getting called on it. It properly loaded this information as well. And I don't see awake getting called anywhere. Try it again. Alright, and I'm going to actively turn it on. R. And awake is still not called on it. What the heck? Is the script... maybe I don't have the script on it? Hold on. Maybe that might be it. I might be doing something super stupid. And just not putting the script on it. No, it's right here. It should have been giving me a ton of exceptions, but it's here. The script is on it. Call me unimpressed, because that's basically where I am with this. You know, since we're here, might as well repopulate all of this stuff. Oh, I think we have to use a different kind of input field for this. Because this TextMesh Pro, so let's go in and change that. Can't remember what it is, though. Yeah, I can't remember what it is, so we have to look it up. I think that's it. Let's go back to Unity, see if that works. That's I'll give that I'll give that Relinquish as an example of why injecting is good, right? Because of that, I could tell right away what was not going to work, right? So that's useful. That's always useful. Okay, so let's just run through this. Sell per unit. Amount to sell. So sell confirm button. Sell cancel. Buy cancel. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the example that you listed was kind of just like overkill. Maybe that's what it was. It's just useful. I think it's useful for serialization for the most part, and just in Godot, when you do it, you could it actually reliably targets things inside of your project as well. In Unity, it's like 50-50 if it's going to actually target something in your project. Like, it's there, and you see the tab, and it says you can search your project, but it's a guess on if it's actually going to do that. Okay, so buy item name. Total cost. Let's get rid of this. Wait, no. Sell total cost. With this. Let's do this. That's it. Okay. Okay, that looks good. I was left under the impression, okay, which I believe doesn't mean we couldn't have an in-game one. But not having one directly in-game has its use also. Yeah, I got you. No, it was my confusion. So I was just under the wrong impression, that's all. Right, I understand. Yeah, no, it's not really that big of a deal. It was just, like I said, it was just my misunderstanding. Okay. Alright, so let's run this. Well, actually, we need to fix awake, because otherwise... problems. So, we're going to do it this way. Nope, can't do it that way. Alright, so we're going to try something else. I'm going to actually log it, because I think what's happening is so annoying, but it is what it is. Let's do it. Let's... All right, so let's do this. We're gonna always start it off enabled. So the whole thing is just gonna be enabled, and then they'll just run through awake and then disable themselves. That's the idea. A little of a bit of a pain, but so let's just work our way up. So we have this, then we have the market UI. I think this also has an awake, does it? Nope. Okay, we'll leave it the way that it is. This seems to be working fine. There it is. Okay. So this we're going to start disabled. The concept is simple. I'm assuming that the reason why awake isn't going off is because the game object is set to disabled, or is not active. Now, what I originally thought was that because of what the doc says on it, once you instance an object, that's it. But I haven't read it in a while, so it's entirely possible that there's a fine print that says, except if the game object is disabled. I know that it won't work if the script is disabled, but if the game object is disabled, I wasn't sure about. So it looks like that might be the case. So there's one way to tell, and we're going to test it right now. It would be really stupid if that's really the case, though. Like, that should not be how awake works. Right? If that's the case, then why do you need start? Or even on enable. Yeah, that's exactly. There it is. Exactly what it was. That's annoying. Okay, so now that we've gotten the awake part done, the next issue is what the heck is going on here? Alright, so let's walk ourselves through this now. Hey, debug.log starts working again. Didn't know it was going to do that. Alright, let's see how far we're getting. How are we getting through? Oh, yeah, I got you. Oh, I see. I think we forgot a key part about this. Forgot to log this.
I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you. I just wanna be fine. I've been waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna fear you tonight.
Okay.
You don't wanna know.
So then we do change state.
You just wanna make
So over here, we just need to do game object set active to true. That's what we forgot to do. There we go. Now we're done. I think we're going to call it right after this. I just need to see that this all works. The communication happens, the bounding works. Once that's done, I'm going to call that a victory.
I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think.
Oh, I mean, it's appearing behind the market, but we can just fix that real quick. Wait, it should be appearing in front of it, no? Let's increase the... Yeah, it should be appearing in front of it. Pretty sure it should. At the bottom. Bring it up to the top, I guess. Get above this. I don't get that one, brother.
Fear you tonight.
I don't get that at all. Pretty sure. Okay, let's... I'm pretty sure the one at the bottom shows up on top of everything else.
I don't wanna see you.
What the heck is going on?
Wanna hear you
Oh, whatever.
tonight.
Let me see if the numbers actually work.
You don't wanna know if I feel alright.
I can't really see it. I don't think it's hooked in. I think we forgot to save. I think maybe it's working with like an older version of it. Let's do an override. Bye. Now let's try it again. The prefab might have been like an older version.
It's much to bear and you don't care and I wanna play alone. I got you in my sight.
Yep, there we go. Okay.
I keep all the words you said to me. I get you on your knees. Rewrite all the things you said
Oh.
that I should be.
Confirm and cancel work.
Get you now, you beg me please. Hey. Now I stay away. You were never meant to save me. Now I stay away. I'll hear you say you're sorry.
This number is not correct. Okay. I'm gonna call that a victory. We got past some of the quirks of Unity, but we still need to get this part. I thought it was... What is this? This is... You're selling? The selling thing? We forget to hook that in? Sell total cost. Total cost. Yeah, we just forgot to hook it in. Okay, so where are we supposed to hook that in? Sell per. Oh, yeah. See, we were updating buy. But sell. And I think it's called, let's see, mount. Sell price per unit. Okay, to do it. There we go. Perfect. It's hard to see because they're the same color, but it works. Okay. I'm gonna call that a day there. So what did we do? We refactored the servers to allow for stacking of items, refactored the inventory to take them, then we extended a bit on the UI, and we hooked in the data so that way it's represented. So I think that that's okay. Right. We learned a bit about how the server likes to be set up, and how it likes to handle initialization. I'm going to talk to the SpaceTimeDB guys again, because the implementation for setting up the database looks cumbersome as hell. Like, I knew it was going to be cumbersome, but the thing is that I had asked them about it maybe like a week ago, to see like if there is a way to inform the SpaceTimeDB server from a development side of the data on the client, and then if I could just make like a tool that will do that for us, right? Like, and they said, yeah, that should be possible. So I said, okay, so it's just going to come down to testing this out. But I think it's going to, I think I have ideas already, right? I just need confirmation, but I do have ideas. Okay, that's gonna be it. All right, that's gonna be it. So we still need to just as an aside, get the. So do you want me? I can talk to if you want. I can talk to Florin and get the information. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do it or if you wanted me to do it, because I don't mind setting things up that way. Just hit me up on Discord. Let me know. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll check. All right, sir. All right, everyone. Have a good stream or good day.